What? Hello. Oh, where's my remote? There it is. Oh, it's good to be back. I missed streaming. Just so busy and then wanting to play games with friends because I want to try to be more social. But better to start now than as work is slowly dying down a bit. Ah, my nose. How dare. Blah blah. Yeah. So yeah, for over a week, for a couple weeks now, we've been hit really hard at work, like a huge project we've been dealing with. By the end of the weekend, which I'm working Sunday, by the way, again. But by the end of the weekend, we're just about done with at least the main workload. There's still other methods with the project, but they're much easier than what we're currently dealing with. My PS5, for some reason, is not wanting to load. That's not good. It's just stuck on the screen. Well, I'll worry about that in a couple minutes. But yeah, it has been too long, even though it was just a week I missed. I have not been able to consistently stream. I hate it. It's like 1 or 2 weeks and then I have to stop. Like, I've only streamed like 4 weeks this year. It's bad. Like, this has not been a good year for Twitch at all. I'm gonna try to be more consistent, but I do not know how that will go. Okay, I don't know why my PS5 is not loading. I'm gonna restart my PS5 or reboot it because this isn't going right. Hmm. It's not rebooting. Alright, I'm gonna keep working on this because I don't know what's going on with my PS5. It is not good. Okay. Yeah, that's weird. I've never had that happen before. Okay, so it's off. Let me readjust myself. Oh, I need to fix VC face bad. Oh, camera's not even set properly. There we go. Wait, or not? No, it's fine. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, PS5, you better work. I don't have the money to spend on another one. I need to save. the hell? Oh. What is going on? Uh-oh. What you mean no signal? Oh, there we go. Come on. Repairing my... I didn't even unplug the power cord. Oh no, I'm scared now. Oh, thank God. Okay, I need to check my storage quick. Oh, that was scary. Okay, I think we're okay. But that was, not happy. Alright. We're good. Game is up. Phew! Pause the music. That was close. So tonight, Ace Attorney Chronicles returns. Because this is the game I'm most ready to do. We're in the middle of a story. I need to do grinding in in Triangle Strategy. I just beat a story in Resident Evil, so I can wait on that. And we're doing Persona on Saturday. So this game made the most sense. You expect satisfaction? What? What? What you mean? Alright, so we last left off. The guy blew up the machine. Really fucked us over. Did not see that coming. October 24th, 9:11 a.m. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. Hey, Sholmes. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. That's not true. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will! I realize it was a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject. What? Alright, you're gonna keep doing this? Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Sure, you throw looks of praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction. Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the King of Sherlock Holmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose to some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. Yeah, you're never awake this early. Well, I must agree, then... As you know, my sweet, sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shocked me, poked both cheeks, punched me and kicked me up from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Ow! That must hurt and sting. How are your face not red? Oh my. Iris has an Uzi. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. I sense a spiritual fellow scientist. One who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Oh, sorry to cut in. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow. Why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, wow, no. Because I'm in front with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me. Are you going to take that insult line down, Professor? What? I don't know! Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? I took the liberty requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers? Killed 5 members of the aristocracy. Ooh. Found guilty in a close trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. Oh, okay, I gotta read this. Killer's autopsy report has been entered into the court record. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. I'll slowly lie at the yard and just do what we can. The shadow of the great detective shows, of course. Oh, so animosity there. Some new animosity. Alright, so I'm gonna read that in a sec. I want to read this. Okay, redacted for constant. That's it? Redacted for confidentiality, pseudonym the professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. Courtney Stevens. Alright, that's all we got. Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Trevor. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant. The trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. It's time. This is gonna be interesting. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Ooh, interesting. Finding the truth. Oh boy, this is gonna end bad, isn't it? It's gonna end really badly. 9:30 a.m. Let's go! In the name of Her Majesty, I hereby declare this court in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Hairbrain, here present, stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? Oh, there's the assistant. Or, who we already know who it is. I upped my mic even more. Maybe that'll help a little bit. The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. Oh boy, just don't think about him. As promised, Lord Muncie says his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. If I may, Lord Von Zeeks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Already. Oh! Oh, okay. Nice assist. Wait. Well, he knows how to use a sword. We know who else knows how to use swords. I'm therefore instructing my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else. He's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but this is so very hard. It appears the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to recall him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today. Are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. The art of us what sensible side defense and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Give me the card. Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. I had to do it to be silly. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Von Zeeks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case. The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. It was what? Explosion? It's an outrage! Sure is. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I heard that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. Ooh! I mean, that just shows it drops down. Like, why else would that be there? Shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber... I don't... The fact it reveals that... Yeah, removal of floor. The fact it reveals that so clearly... Was it really to destroy evidence? Or is Drebber trying to reveal something? Like, it feels like there's a lot more to this story than it seems on the surface. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Motion photograph has been entered in the court record. Yeah. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensations for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. Oh? As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Ah, that's a good point. Indeed, a most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that, we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control. He caused it to lose control? As Lord Von Seeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. Ooh, flipping it on him. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges Mr. Asmund died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Dave's counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asmund. Right. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Nice. We got two different... I like that we actually have a good position as the defense for once. You don't see that often. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Von Seeks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. Oh boy. Here we go. Robot Man, state your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation? Hard to pin down, I would say. Black monocle? Guess why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too? I had exactly the same feeling myself. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind. Now, the fact he had to say that, we already know it's a big deal. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out in the Great Expedition some days ago? The accused is a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that is all. That the court will be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious! Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up. Well, he's gonna play innocent the whole time, you know? We've already established the machine was nothing more than a proper abracadabra trick.
Objection!
Objection! You established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could be produced by means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... Question you long enough. You, witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Expedition. Understood. No beatdowns yet, sadly. Okay, the kinesis machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. I'm just gonna read it like he's emphasizing those words. Cause he's emphasizing a lot of words. I should do the same thing. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. This deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution's already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. Such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Driver. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler, you praise on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. The investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted there ourselves. If my hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation, with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident? Or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Why does he look like Sephiroth from the back? I see that too. You see that too, right? He looks like Sephiroth from behind. Long white hair, mostly a black clothes. I can't be crazy thinking that. Comes for the defense. Your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. I'm ready. Let's get it! Kinesis machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's. Yeah, so now the text isn't highlighted, so it's just him emphasizing those words. Hold it! So you were already acquainted with Master Asman himself? Not really, by chance. I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people paid their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asman approach him in particular then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the Cookies machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Hairbrain certainly has a mind like no other. I didn't like the little dill fingers he did there. Briefly, I made the blueprints as I constructed the machine to his precise specifications.
Hold it!
I'm gonna keep pressing for now. Good that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been loaned to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the case machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either, not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. You must have planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. For fraud, it would have required a body double. Can we... Oh, you can't look at it, right?
Objection!
Nope. Too early. Whoops. Sorry. Okay, we'll just keep pressing. Alright, body double. Let's talk about the body double. Of course, that's it! Mr. Asman was a twin.
Objection!
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. No, I heard you before. But the thread of hope hasn't quite left me. Oh, jeez. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Sipe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim was playing in my mind. Problem is, the wax head isn't enough. We don't have the body. That's why I don't want to use the waxwork head. That's the only reason I'm hesitant on that. We're gonna hold off. All spectators saw the bird cage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. It crashed headfirst, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the expedition grounds on the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another of your unique inventions have found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I labored over for many months. I saw it clearly, with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise! I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. Okay. I say grant you press the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow?
Hold it!
So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh! Right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. How is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? Wow! What a... Damn! Get roasted. A very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo! The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving hypothesis. Certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine's been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. For anyone established that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, well, no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Aspen and this man understand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work, and won't let them get away with it. Seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Zeke's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? I mean, I could do the waxwork head.
Objection!
Nope, it wasn't. Damn! Should be happy to carry proceedings for... God, I don't know what to do. piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. I've never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. There's probably no need for such comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely? Yes, I think so too. It's probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. That's it. It's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. Seems rather ironic, doesn't it? Clearly Mr. Trevor really was a very talented scientist. Oh! This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself that was put on you. A terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Sir, hold up, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Oh. Boy. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right, sorry. Why am I stumped on the first one? Oh look, the cover came open. Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see? Something wrong? A key, maybe. There is no plate, it's been removed. Ah, what a pity. I suppose you think about it. This won't be the actual camera that was used at the time. Just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. I never found a photographic print of the executed convict. Coming back to life anyway. Hi, Yuna! Pat, pat, pat. Hug, hug, hug. Smooch. Mwah. Hee hee hee. That's a great way, of course. San she looks devastated. What a wonderful machine! You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely? Well, when I receive a pocket watch, for example. Streaming to someone and having a good run, I killed myself. Oh no! Poor Yuna, pat pat. You have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells the time. I am by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's giving up having a watch. Poor Professor Mikotoba. Oh, wait! Hold on! There's blood in here! Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows just here. Seems some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Interesting. Lens extended dark staining is visible in the bellows. Okay. Anything else? Wait! It didn't crash head first. God! It didn't crash head first. It crashed from the bottom. See? Oh my god, I'm dumb. We were focusing on the wrong thing.
Objection!
Doi! Why didn't I... Well, I'm glad I looked back at the evidence, because we were just focused on the wrong thing completely. Excuse me. No, no kicking! Don't kick my shins. I have been very busy, but I won't be as busy soon, so expect more streams in the near future. Examine the bird cage. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Why is the present wooden bird cage? Where's the bee? The bird cage crashed in the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage to be expected, surely. What do you mean, Naomi? Why are you making people violent towards me? I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. Trevor, you fucked up. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the bird cage, not the top. What? What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage was at the scene. That was at the scene is damaged at its base. So there were reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Hey, let's go! 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 Gracious! You can ask anyway, Yuna. Wouldn't hurt. Explain yourself, witness. Well. If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. Damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection!
But multiple incident reports claim it fell head first. You can send me something. I can just type. Discord is open, silly. Don't worry, you can't see Discord, so you're fine. Oh my god. Naomi, no! Not now! The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion. An altitude of 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. If then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. Well, you just used them!
Objection!
What the heck? That's Victor's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. Where he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. Ah, I see, Yuna. There you go. You got your answer. This guy. A riveting and scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. What's this theme? Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebrae, actually. He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Von Zeeks. He was with his clearly swindler and wanted to see the personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah. So maybe he's not necessarily working just as a prosecution. He might be having his own deception plan here. Ah, yes. Then there's one more point the defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truthful plainly demonstrates. What? Okay. It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically, after all. I nearly had him there. Oh, he's doing big-time robot moves. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. What? Well... the balloon!
Objection!
No? Oh jeez, I'm doing so bad in this testimony. Oh no. I gotta be careful. I guess I'll press for now.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive, on stage in front of the audience. Oh wait, duh, the hole. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. I'm not blaming you at all, Yuna. You're fine. Blah blah. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh, yes. It's all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. Birdcage flying 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes. Gotta use the hole. Hold on.
Objection!
Are you kidding? How? God, I'm so bad today. Ah. Aw, poor Yuna. Poor little Yuna. It happens. Don't worry about it. Do it if you still can. What the fuck do I present? So I'm supposed to explain. I know Yuna's very cute, but basically I need to have... Well, I tried the balloon photograph, but now I need to figure out how to prove... Because I also tried the post-explosion photograph. Because there's the hole there. But I don't know what else to do. Can you read the... Article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. These runs to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive, hopeful about the coming century. Also, I'll go see it proudly for too long. I never read this stuff. The Reaper attacked. It's the kingpins of the criminal underworld generally managing to escape conviction in the Reaper's trials. But no, Naomi, they understand that. The point is to try to prove that there's another place that the bird cage could have fallen 30 feet from. I think that's how the justice system works in London. There must be dark forces at work. Okay. I need a couple retries.
Objection!
Oh my god, it really was the sketch? This is diagram experiment. I didn't think the sketch would work because it doesn't have any heights. God damn it. This is the diagram experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down to the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No! Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. I think I'm just very out of practice. I haven't done cases in so long. I haven't done a trial in like months. You will indicate the place to which you are referring on the same diagram. The alternative location for which the birdcage could possibly have fallen is the requisite 30 feet. From here.
Take that!
From where it started. What I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. Ow, I bit my tongue. What we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's at about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. Yeah. Oh wait. The floor of the stage gave way and, if we assume that there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Boom! Boom! Alright, we're gonna get back on track here, I swear. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
Hold on, drink. My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for criminal destruction of the Kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. That's a clear hole. The floor of the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Let's go! Mr. Trevor. It was you who built the Kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. Because it's the construction of the machine that matters, which is designed to take Mr. Asmon's life. Lay the blame firmly at the professor's door, something that could only been carried out by you, Mr. Anak Drebber. Oh. Grrr.
Objection!
Broken. Nice slice. So far has not broken a bottle. if my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions. Oh no, he broke one. The prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water. On 2 counts. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near a kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff for the expedition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, don't question it, Naomi. Sliced in a way that it just pops. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed in the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? Of course you do. I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Ludwig? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remuneration for government grants or other income. 30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. That is a pretty good contract, 30%. If you're making a lot of money on that too, that's not bad. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. That's a very convenient, provision. Who came up with that provision? Oh, you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. Well, Yuna, if you want to do anything today, then you can just stay here and listen to me speak, because it's been so long. Yep. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Bah. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Von Zieks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage in the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. Can I look at that quick? To fund labor materials for construction of the machine. 30% of all remunerations, government grants or other income, may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Could this be forged? Do we have a signature? Uh... Probably not, then. Oh, blah, blah. Could have done any case. Might have been. There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. Prosecution is able to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify that the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
Ah, fuck you. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The staged demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. He's not happy. So circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself. Points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume. You're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Oh. Well, counsel? Do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear. As a lawyer, so what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice, or not? Ooh. Do you think it could be test spells? She could have easily made the waxwork of Asmon. Right? She's the only one I can think of, because the waxwork has to come into play. And we know the glass showed up. I'm naming the accomplice. Defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the 2 birdcages must have been switched. Everything points to that. But according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. That inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel? My lord! You proceed to start warning already if you are nevertheless determined. Then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. Oh, wait. So your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice? Wait. Let's go back. So everything points to the birdcage been switched, but the coroner's report says that's not possible. Maybe Courtney Scythe is lying. Ooh, this is another possibility. Uh-oh. I think it's Courtney. I was thinking Esmeralda, but the coroner could easily lie.
Take that!
The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. Okay, I'm glad I thought that through. Him giving the hint on the inconsistency was definitely good. A lot of ways. Could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Sato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. Kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel, now. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What the voice are you talking about? Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team at the coroner who conducted the autopsy of the victim? I said that so fast, oh jeez. We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators and the area was immediately sealed off. And then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. True. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. It's not saying anything. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. Oh. Nope, she's back to eating corn. You got the nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? I learned Fran's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word! Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also contain the body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim has been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. That's true. This is where the waxwork comes in. My argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must also be 1 person inside each. I don't know if I got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal this how this... Can I even present evidence? We only have the head, which doesn't make sense. Hi, Scotty! No, we can! We got the broken glass! Very well, the defense will address my learned friend's concerns. Damn, using the learned friend on him? Oh, I'm open up candy because I'm hungry. Nom. By presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asmon's body double. Good gracious, evidence! I do hope this isn't filibustering, Counsel. The court's expecting a name. Why are you sipping to Scuddy? You have relevant evidence presented now. Body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage. Eyewitnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of the explosion that's some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was...
Take that!
We know that the victim... Devil, why are you screaming? What happened? Oh no. We know that the victim, Mr. Aslan, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. And therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. You found an adorable Bluey! What? Au revoir. It's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. Yes, Counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. That body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this? Just steel yourself. Come out with it. Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was... As unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there, oh my god, they just pulled it out of his ass. How do you get that in here?
Objection!
I don't know. Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Reno Skate. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murder from 10 years ago. The Professor.
Objection!
Started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team's accomplice in this crime. Now we moved on to indicting waxworks? Yes! That's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? Looks nothing like the victim. In fact, the garlic resemble him less. Puzzle justification can you give? I don't know, Yuna. You wanna know why? Ask Mr. Drever. What? Just days before Professor Harebrained performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drever abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's. Au revoir! I've been booped. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, there. It was Noira, wasn't it? Was that the name? Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident of the Great Exhibition, we returned it to the museum. Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber? It can hug me. Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I have bad memory. At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. Now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman. I will take the hugs, thank y'all. A game of mage roguelike T-size girl. Okay, thank you. God.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? Blah, 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 blah. That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intent of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that is in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide? Damn, he's turning them against me. Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord! I need to speak, if you please. Uh-oh. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case... A sadistic game? Oh my goodness. Don't be a sadist. We'll state your learnings for the court to hear now.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty!
Oh my god, he sounds like a vampire.
Guilty!
Kill me!
Damn. He didn't even give me a chance. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. We should get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. Pass out. Aww. I'll wait till ad break ends so I can properly say this. Blah, blah, blah. Scotty, if you need to get some sleeps, go get some sleeps. Silly bean. It uncovered some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The judge will now embark on submission examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime in which he is charged. Alright, sleep well, Scuddy! Good to see you again! Bean. Alright. Jurors' contentions. I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think that these two would ever be consigning with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have had my own problems with members of police. I do not trust them much. I see no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without right evidences? He's not the proper job, is he? I won't have it! Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introductionist waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscure and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asmon's naughty double. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. That's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be. Oh! I think it was specifically used because it was top-heavy. So if it was top-heavy, it would then fall head first, which would simulate the vertebrae, the broken vertebra. Ah, that's smart. Really? Reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, let's prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, Counsel, we proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Alright, give me a second. I'm gonna open my window and see if we can cool off a little bit. Excuse me. Oh god. That burp hit me bad. Alright. Leave that open a little. Alright, back to comfy mode. Alright. I guess just start pressing.
Hold it!
The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. Yeah, I'm a copper, lad. It's copper instruction to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that? Where do I start? I've been working in the yard for 40-odd years. That's even more than I thought. I know, Scuddy left. So, Naomi, I had an epiphany. And the reason this waxwork model was used, I think, was because of the steel head. It made it top heavy, which would make it fall on its head, which would simulate the vertebrae breaking. So that's my mindset right now. Because they're completely against the idea that this was used at all. We have to get out of this situation. Oh, no. It's even more than I thought. We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Or as times have changed, the public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did. Bunny body, hot damn? What? What do you mean? Forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution. Dr. Scythe, you mean? That's right. About 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, don't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt up back then, I tell you. Oh. That's what you mean? That's what you thought I was gonna say? I'm trying to talk about the game, silly. I'm not trying to be loud. Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air? We were all out to all justice, lad. Full of him we were, full of him. That's coming across loud and clear. Yes, I know the bunny is right there. And there's things that I'm not going to say. It's our nonsense to think those two would even be conniving with one another.
Hold it!
We're only just starting to understand this case. He's not even caring. But what are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders when Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Sight in charge of examining the bodies. It was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. That's right. Oh. That woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Get wrecked. Surely your wax search the man still has nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Well, it's simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True. As it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? What? Girl, get your head out of the clouds. There's no romance here. Not in this courtroom. A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Well, you learn something new every day. Even if you don't want to. One might wonder about the possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. What? What? Oh. True, they do have a relationship. Yeah, they were friends. How did she... She's paying attention. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. That's the woman's stance. Perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Sight would be enough. Yes, I agree. If you have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Alright, so we have something to start with. Problems with members of the police, do not trust them much.
Hold it!
What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot be on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. Now we perform our Greek magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Oh my god, what are you doing with that gun? I'm talented that he keeps spinning it like that. But,
Excuse me!
Excuse me. Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole? Who are you calling a mass murderer? What's a bonk for? Ah, sorry, my mistake. Oh, proper gun safety, him. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days.
It wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Expected you?
No one would have called a coroner to question Indian days. The coroner's court was the hallmark of the investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name on to it. She was the best of the best. And the apple of the force's eyes.
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's court? Oh, wait. This court? The coroner for the professor. Oh, who's Courtney Stevens?
Ah, sorry, got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Seiss' maiden name. Wait. She was the coroner for the professor? Her maiden name, so that was before she was married.
Of course, silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing. Not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include the name?
Well, yes, I don't see why not.
Oh yeah, we have the connection now. We have this official connection. Because she was connected to Professor. Let me press him first, just to make sure I get this right.
Hold it!
She was legendary, was she?
What did you say?
Ah,
That woman is still the best coroner in the land. Head of the forensic investigation team.
legendary was your description, sir, not mine.
Rubbish. That word never passed my lips. I never described anybody that way, ever. Not if they were still in the game.
I think the point you're trying to make is that does cite an extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair?
Yeah, why? If it weren't for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation to the mud.
I'm going to pretend I did it for that legendary. Alright, I'm glad I did it just for that reason. Can I pit them? Because it's the same coroner.
Objection!
Yup, I can. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To which statements do you refer, counsel?
So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? But what can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Seiss, which in turn revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Naturally, as a woman's society, I find such connections, relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Seiss' maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling!
So, the court cannot overlook that last remark. We much hope there is substance to your claim.
There sure is! Of course, my lord, I would ask the court to look at this. Evidence that clearly links Dr. Seiss to the mass murderer known as the Professor. Look at this autopsy report!
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
A 10-year-old autopsy report?
What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork. The killer, known as the Professor. You fucked up, Funzeeks!
Professors, but the man was a capital offender, so...
That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. What's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my! Courtney Stevens?
Struck a light.
It appears the professor's autopsy conducted by Dr. Sight 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Trevor very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from the man that took spells. The waxwork that doesn't, in fact, resemble the victim, Mr. Asmund, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We are surely obliged now to explore this further. Nice, I got one. Start.
Quite right. Can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end.
That's two. And we have evidence for that. I don't know if I could, I need to press first.
Hold it!
Do you claim the whole instantaneous demonstration was a trick?
Dead I did. But there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that this cage appeared from a mist and explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. As the waxwork had been used, the cover could at least have easily made it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the bird cage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. That perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that bird cage. Can I produce that or not? I have evidence! We have class! Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. But given your jet-black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. He treats himself like the devil. I suppose the waxwork was inside a bear cage, namely the glass.
What's that? A piece of glass? It was unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
Crystal Tower. Holy smoke!
Exactly, the centerpiece of the Greek exhibition where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
From whence this small piece originated? Is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it.
Yeah. That's one way to put it.
In light of what you showed me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. The case juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please.
Oh, just amend? Hmm. Uh... I'm pressed for now. Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir.
Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude.
Ah.
What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks to the mother of all academic subjects?
What is it about scientists? Honestly, don't worry about it. I'm gonna press her.
Hold it!
I gotta ask, why have you brought that corner to court with you? Colonel Cobb? He's been growing back on my farm. Picked him up on my way into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is. Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe you can wait until after the trial? Ooh, I don't like the sound of that. I need colonels at times like these. Whenever I'm somewhat big to decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction. See? You're talking about your cob of corn? Nibble nabble is guilty bubble. Nibble not guilty or not. Nibble nabble guilty bubble. Nibble not guilty out. Nibble nabble guilty bubble. Nibble not guilty out. Nibble nabble guilty bubble. Nibble not guilty out. Help! I was stuck in a loop. I can't believe she was actually saying that with the nibbles. Perhaps it can afford to tell me with flower petals? Like people do back home? Professor Harebrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? Oh, I don't know about that. Time's awfully full already. Amazing. Oh, far-fetched to think. Okay, maybe I just do pit those two together, because there was evidence now. It's a lot. Maybe it's a reason why that particular expert can't be used as its double. Also, everyone can't make the jurors understand it. Because I'm sure that the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it too. Please, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. I got this.
Objection!
Ah, okay, it was hitting those two. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel? If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. An accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much inside Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Oh boy. Of course you don't.
If I could interject here?
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
Thank you. One more. Ah, well, me too then. Sorry? If this pretty gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't treat anyone who gets killed in combat anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. She just that girl. How do you just follow corn? Success! If you can call it that. Like, little success. Oh, blah. Thank you, Counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. So tired. It's too early to be EP. 2 jurors now called guilty against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. But the trial must continue. We did it! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. We somehow did it, despite this jury. A waxwork of the despicable professor. Used as a body double for the victim in this. Oh no, poor Naomi. I understand that pain. Quite an extraordinary case. I must say it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, but I really don't.
She broke your brain. Oh, Yuna, did you send the same thing to Rosa? The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. Good job, Yuna. The court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case. Then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
The owner?
Good tummy, yup. Madame Tuspels. I really thought that Lord Zeeks would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Very well, I concur. It arranges for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
An older one? I don't know. I also have bad memories. So carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. Oh boy, this is gonna get bad. Alright, blah blah blah. The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. Alright, I was not expecting we were going to talk to Tuspels here. To be continued. Next part. We're going to keep going. I'm not done yet. Alright, October 24th at 11:53. The Knight Errant himself. Oh, you've been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat this entire time. European trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Uh-oh. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Oh, of course. Rosa, no, stay! I want you here. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, Professor. When I discovered he was the one who been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? Heartfelt sympathies! As it turns out, Lord Von Zieks seems more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now it's Waxwork, the killer who took his esteemed brother's life, makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. Make it sound deliberate. Can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes? In what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Trevor, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Von Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trials are linked to the case somehow. True. Yes! In fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Oh, that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Dr. Scythe. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. Because Gregson told me. Really? Oh. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the lab, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. The policeman and the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Von Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Oh, is Lord Strongheart now going to be involved in this? It's getting worse. Pandora's box you warned about. The professor case. Please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Attempting to hide from the truth? That's cowardice! I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. So we're never gonna hear from Scythe then. Damn. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, The meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. Nom. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Just a bit about whatever may come to pass? Oh. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. This is gonna be bad. It's gonna be so bad. I'm scared. Excited, anticipation, but I'm scared. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsel to the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our disbelief began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. We now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation. As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this case is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was ardently involved in this matter. Lord Von Zieks, my lord, are we still awaiting the arrival of Editor Spells? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well, bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Editor Spells to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. Trevor's responsible, as I'm sure he is. It means he must have had an accomplice. Dr. Scythe. What connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. The tenuous link admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. Oh! Oh my god, she's making a bust of a... She's making a bust of Sholmes! State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxwork artisan and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. My expression is she carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. The waxwork model? Kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than the conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman. Of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the damasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask, but clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity is never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. Proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Tuspel's principles. What principles? The family Tuspels has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fastened with complete fidelity. And voila! Our principles. So well mentioned about the Tuspel's waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspel's family is said to have made a waxwork of the Queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the Queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death. Actually, at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tuspels will suffer nothing to attain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to attain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? Oui, the true visage of the killer is there. This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. Professors spread terror throughout Great Britain. And as a result, the Mother Tuspel special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You explain every detail of this macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation. That's her waxwork. I don't know why I'm getting eepy now. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with the Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time in that night. As dawn approached, I was pretty worried that I could be discovered. Wow. The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this? Oui. I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew. Only the gravedigger. It's still too early. I don't want to sleep this early. What harm did it do, huh? So you truly saw it? The face of that monster? Naturally, I was aware at the time that this identity was secret. But spells would not be spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen this special exhibit at your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. A scene that depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. Oh, that is quite the detail. Special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. This most detailed account of what happened is reported by the eyewitness who saw it. Nice, okay. A grave is too absurd for words. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? I don't know what you mean. That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe. And there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Was... Drebber was the gravedigger! That's why he had the shovel. Hold on. Like maybe? I'll see you a little later. Alright, special this is based on a rumor. And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but with it no Londoner would ever forget. Ah, right. I know just what you're talking about, I think. Of course. It wouldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. And an instant later he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. Maestro! Hello, Bean! How are you doing? Hello, hello! Blah, blah, blah. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the horror show here. As you could see, a body rising from the grave. It's Zombieland. The bullet struck the emerging corpse and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness who turned and ran for his life. Oh, I'm good. I'm doing better. I'm at least... Work is going to start slowing down soon, after this weekend, so I'm happy. It means I can stream more and do other things with friends more. Yup. The corpse climbed out of his own grave? And somebody shot him? Who was it? Nobody knows even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. I know, right? Social interaction. Not had that much this year. I have to fix it. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But it was just a story. But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly a scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? Oui. The special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madam, might I say something? Please, go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, the professor's execution was successful? That would be something to know. It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery, after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see. Oh, that got deep. No, I watched the guy die. You gonna check on ya? Going to the land of Eeps now, unfortunately. Aw, understandable. That'll be me once I'm done streaming. So I hope, well, one, I very much appreciate you came by. Lots of love to you for that. Two, I hope you have a lovely sleeps. Rest well. We're almost to the weekend. Yeah, thank you. I'll do my best. Sleep well. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. Alright, an impression of visitors seen directly from the corpse in accordance with Tuskbill's friendly principles.
Hold it!
Can we see the head? Is that true of every waxworking museum then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Commissar. No! My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor. For some criminals, a simple status even. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. You would literally be hardened. And I don't think in the good way. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course. The Professor. Whose form you claim to capture by taking an impression from the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles that test spells. Can I see this one? I never looked at the article. The Great Stink? My god, there's so much to read on here, too. That's funny. Mad Sheep Rampage. Charles Darwin. Alright, let's press again.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietor of the repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the residential of the Tespels Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present knew the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. You realize what you're saying? Professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, is perhaps close. Of course it will. This will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madam. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So 10 years ago on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse? Oui, exactement. I'm speaking a little French. I don't know much French, but I'm speaking a little bit. Myself until he gave me a signal, so for a very long time that night.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open. Had some problems with the chin. Oh. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh. Oh dear. What a horrible thought. Ugh. No thank you. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone. As a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? Oh no. It's back. The impression of the visage of a cadaver. It always waited until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. Rigli mortis? It's a name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. Approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when the body is discovered. Well, that was an education. A slightly scary one. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open. It's very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. Understandable. What about that information the courts just heard about to spells? I think it's significant. Question about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. You mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course. I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. Oh my god. This is time for jokes, Mr. Sato. That was bad. Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Bien sûr. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. I'm gonna press for now.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death? And you said it starts at the jaw about 3 hours post-death. Is that right? Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject. None. That's its only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit it to my ignorance about forensic science. I can ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like. No, thank you. And courses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Sime. I've never seen a dead body in person, so hopefully it never happens. Oh dear, I'll do my very best. I'm gonna press this first.
Hold it!
As dawn approached. See, as dawn was approaching? What was the time of day then? Approximately? Well, I could not say. When I left the cemetery with the utensils of wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on June 17th, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning. That really is early. That is early, jeez! The fact is, I had very little time. So I finished my work in a half hour. It's necessary to complete the impression and bury the body for daybreak, of course. Someone discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe. So I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? Yeah, I noticed that. That's kinda bad. Go extremely lengths for your work, madam. I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? Yes. And those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture in the early sunrise, can you include them in your testimony? I think they may be significant. Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. The sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant. So 2 statements in a row getting added. Kindly omit your formal testimony then, madam. With pleasure, my lord. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise, then I left as soon as the corpse was interred. But here's the thing now. You had more than half an hour.
Hold it!
Do you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. You just have paid off the warden too, then? I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. I cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, Sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work. That must be correct. That would be the when gravedigger give me the signal to come out of hiding. For some reason, Dr. Slade went along with Trevor's plan. Now, if that's really true, the Professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. I'm sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use this cross-section to occur exactly what it means. It means that the trial will be all over. Only uncovering what the Professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the Professor as well. I just want to see if there's any new text. You had more time, right?
Objection!
Nope, that's not it. Objection, damn. I'm not sure what I'm looking for here. Huh.
Objection!
Oh, okay, I was on the wrong statement. Alright, I had the right idea. Madam Spells, I have here an autopsy report that's filed 10 years ago now, and confirms the death of a professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Qua? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nibinese friend? According to her testimony, Master Spells was creating her wax impression just before dawn. At that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis. 2 to 3 hours after death. Man's chin was limp, so he could not have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Site's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No! The professor indeed died at midnight that day, and by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Oui. Yes, you were right, the chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
Oh. No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. I'm impossible! My heart. Ooh, interesting. She lied about that too. Order, order! Council is beyond following. Only you can be author of the quota. We also aim to keep members of staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck! Extraordinary. That is
Objection!
My learned friend Pearson overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did, of course he did. I moved the man's lip jaw with my own hands.
Objection!
There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. What if he didn't die at the gallows? He didn't die at... I would say... What exactly just did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but you explained the link between Dr. Site, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Council, present the evidence at once. Evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. What? Oh, the murder happened there! The camera had blood on it.
Take that!
Right! What's over here?
Objection!
Before considering the night of the execution, I strongly advise the defense concentrate what is happening right now in this courtroom. What? Oh. Oh shit. I won't let anyone execute you, Mr. Naruhodo. Not tonight. Well, not ever. Get the evidence at once. It allegedly explains what really happened. What? What happened on the night of the professor's execution? Maybe Trevor actually killed the professor himself?
Take that!
Ah, okay. What happened that night is written very plainly as newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. There's just a corpse coming back from the dead now. Well, this article's to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. Mausoleum. Young man just strolled into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. Well, now there would surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
But he's right here. On the contrary, my lord, we all know this as well. What? Are you suggesting, counsel, you've identified the person in question? Do you know who claims to have seen those utterly incredible events that take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here and before my very eyes. Yup. Who's substantially to claim now then, counsel? Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago? Enoch Trevor.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Trevor. Trevor? The previous witness? The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Manitou Spell's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, the young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Trevor. Got the same eye. Order! Surely not, counsel. Trevor was there. Rookie Cemetery? What is all this talk about, Mr. Trevor? Is the name significant? Of course, Manitou Spells doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from the museum some days ago. It was perpetrated by the very same man. Nothing. What that would mean? Manitou Spells? It would appear you know the name, Enoch Trevor. Uh-oh. Oui, Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. He was the gravedigger, right? What? Oh my! Good gracious!
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed at the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper.
Oh.
The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I've already shown in court.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article?
Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms.
Unbelievable.
I read the article. I went to meet with the man. The discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
Yeah, it's a good exhibit.
So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you? Exactly. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. Since that time, it's been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
Oh. Man, that £5 is definitely biting him in the butt now.
So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public on an extraordinary event he witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. The public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and his face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Fancies? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into Crystal Tower. The birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork. The coroner from Scotland Yard investigating Dr. Seitz would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Seitz put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was by Mr. Drebber. That misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Surprisingly, Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double.
Ah, my heart.
Shot through the heart! Again!
My lord.
This court must summon Dr. Seitz to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. According to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Seitz is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She told us so herself, didn't she? Lord Von Six won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor case. Please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Von Zeeks. He wants to say it. Come on. Prosecution calls. Instructions that Mrs. scrapped. Ooh! Ooh! Yup, he wants info. Let's go. But Lord Von Zeeks, you said this issue from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Ooh, let's go. Order! Well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. They weren't colluding with one another, this crime can never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all is about to come out. Oh boy, this is gonna get bad. What? Oh, she's up there still. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Von Zeeks. You have completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, there's even a hint of wrongdoing, no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles. I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as with any prosecutor worth his salt. Nice. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigation coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It's believed in the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed his execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Whoa. Is that so? I like that, I like that. According to newspaper reports from the time on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that 19 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Sykes. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate. Scheme it, in fact. Desolate? Well, hello? You haven't followed me in all these years, oh my goodness, hello. How are you doing? Gonna say, yo, how you doing? I hope you're doing wells. Bye-bye. Oh jeez, why you make thing freeze like that? Good, I'm doing alright. Work has been poopy busy. But definitely improving. Starting after this weekend. I can try to be more social and do things with other people again. Mr. Drebber, teleport. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. And I will say though, Desolate, I got such a huge paycheck coming tomorrow because of all my overtime, so it's worth it. So he was the student who saw it? You can see resemblance actually, can't you? The man and Mendes' spells, I mean.
Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. Big W, y'all.
He was a research student at the year's 11, wasn't he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me.
K-k-k.
He's finally speaking again.
What an interesting twist.
Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. You better keep on doing well to this. Gotta hang out again someday. When at the time,
Not one person would take me seriously.
yet now here we are 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in
A court of law, too.
I love this guy. Just his movements. Very well then. Yeah, we'll try. I will be on tomorrow. I don't know where I'll be. Oh, Desolate's stuck by ads. I'll type quick since you're stuck with ads. Oh wait, you got Prime. You don't see ads. Never mind. No, you do have ads. I'll type this out. There you go, bro. Very well then, if everyone's so
Vicious.
let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. Oh, I didn't know, Naomi. I've never had Prime Gaming on Twitch. They know each other. Gotcha, Turbo. So, Mr. Drubber, your testimony, please, about the events that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly where you stumbled across the Logate Cemetery. Stretch! As soon as the ad's done, I adjusted and just cracked my shoulder immediately. Ugh. Ow. I haven't stretched in a while, I needed that.
Yes.
Of course, as you wish. He moves around so much. In the Yeah, I know, I gotta loosen up more. It's why I was stuck with physical therapy for so long this year. The reason I was in Logate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration and newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. Oh, Desolate, that was more on me. I wasn't sure. I didn't know Prime Gaming wasn't ad-free. That's on me. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by
A young woman.
who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all
Because of
that newspaper article. Okay, Yuna, you get some sleeps. Yeah. I will. We're gonna solve this case tonight before I go sleeps. Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a course could.
come back from the dead.
But so you're saying this article is?
Not worth the paper it's printed on.
I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Trevor and Dr. Seitz would have been working together. Ah, smart. know, because I'm a dummy, Naomi. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument?
Tell me, witness. You claim to have been at the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right, grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students of the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by
The ghosts of condemned criminals or convicts.
grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses
To sell.
is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I
Never laid a finger.
on any valuables buried with the dead.
So you were
One of the so-called resurrections, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name.
the repurposers.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think
I suffered.
retribution enough. The
Daily circus.
eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It cost me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to
Leave the university.
That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me,
Unambiguously.
I might add. See, out of interest, who drew the illustration of this article? Ah, yes, that was
The reporter.
who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Ah, that's kind of fucked. Obviously, as time ticked on, I
Bitterly.
regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen things I
Never truly saw.
foolish, very foolish.
Well, counsel for defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now.
Oh, it was, my lord. Alright, he's lying. We need to expose this boy. Show how much his robotic pants are on fire. Oh, Naomi, I don't think you were here when I made the joke, but I swear this guy looks like Sephiroth from behind. The long white hair and the black clothes. Oh, you were here. I don't know, I just randomly thought about that because I was going to say that to like Dessler or something. Oh, blah. I'm dummy sometimes.
Hold it!
Start pressing. You're here for a spot of moonlighting. By moonlight you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and
My appearance.
to gauge the answer to that. The lantern and spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? And a major hospital. A hospital? The study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. There isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously we can't openly express the interest in obtaining more by this means. As aspiring scientists, we
Young research students.
had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made
Surreptitious arrangements.
with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. It was all for
The furtherance of science.
you see. That's what
We all told ourselves.
every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We
Needed funds.
for research. As a harebrained said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior. Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at
Lowgate Cemetery.
that's the reason. but I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. Well, based on what I witnessed that night.
Hold it!
Strange happening in Logate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police. At the time, you know, I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So I went to the papers instead. I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. Oh no! Get your good sleeps, Naomi. You can watch the rest of the case later on. But I can't stop now. Love you too. And yet, only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dorm. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration? Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so, I had no idea myself, you see. People reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration accurate then? Well... Now I realize I never actually saw the professor at all, though.
Hold it!
That makes no sense. What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Didn't I? Logate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among the students at the university, haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. You said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. Oh no. Internal evidence that could show he really did see the professor? Anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo? I know, I need to present it against an irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment of my life. I don't know if the camera would be enough. Aww. That's a good question. Do I? I mean, the blood is the only thing, so I'm gonna wait. Yeah, soon afterwards was a woman who sculpted a model of people.
Hold it!
Yeah, a woman being a man to spells, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and comme ça, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. She readily consented to having waxwork for yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell. I concluded. I remember now. I purchased something else for you that day, n'est-ce pas? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madam? His camera. Ah, here we go. Now the camera comes into play. Ah. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. Took a camera with you, sir? What end? To record the details of the body I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of this special exhibit at my house of horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It doesn't spell's way. It would seem then that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to locate the cemetery and in question. Yes, interesting. Now we can present it.
Hold it!
Nope, whoops, wrong one. Oh, you can just hold circle, that helps. Much faster. Alright. My bad. Now we can present the camera. The actual camera, 10 years ago, and it's got some blood on it.
Objection!
No? Present this one?
Hold it!
What's the point of updating the camera then? This article, you mean, published in the Daily Circus? Yes, somebody informed me that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Oh, Jewel, I had no idea. And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic. Create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrained was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. Oh. He suddenly changed his tune and recant his claim. I wonder if perhaps it's because the circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he missed having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, I suppose the secret in Dr. Sykes' past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Sykes are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there'd be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I want to prove you really did see it. You really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Narhold, exactly. Oh, do I present it here? Because the camera shows something different.
Objection!
No? I don't know what to do here. What am I doing?
Hold it!
Gonna see if anything changed.
Hold it! Hold it!
Anything? Huh. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. What the fuck?
Objection!
What the fuck am I supposed to do? I really don't get it. What the fuck? I really don't understand what I'm supposed to do. I'm so confused. Well, at least I, Wait, what?
Objection!
What? No. I had to look this up. How would I have... I never would have made that connection. I'm sorry. I never would have. There's ant crawling in my room. I don't like that. Oh, there's ants in my room. Hold on. Ugh, I gotta get... I'll be right back. Urgh. Okay. There's probably a couple ants still in my room, but can't do anything about it right now. Sorry, mister, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Abba. Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear. We seem to be at odds, but I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. Illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison warrants were to see the man's face. But obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about his condemned man's mask. As long as you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable the artist would include the mask in that illustration. I never would have thought this part through. That's my fault. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Drebber? It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony and explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course. Of course. Of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. Alright. Fellow grave robber at work. What?
Hold it!
No. A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw. You see, claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity. What did you say?
Objection!
This is a lie. But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, his breath then stilled once more. The sexton discovered the screens of work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Oh! Yes, well, I can only assume it was an embellishment, bolted on later by the reporter. Oh?
Excuse me!
She's not happy with that. And to spells. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh la la! Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that's all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. Don't mind me saying, madam. What are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dorm, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, none? Including the gunshot. Oh, stop. Oh, isn't it? You might want to watch your tongue. You know.
Objection!
Uh-oh. Have a care, Drebber. That's no way you speak to a lady. Grr. Please, man, to spells. Carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. None. You were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that spattered over you when he was shot. Ah, now the blood comes in. Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making all this up. Now we got this. That will do. Mr. Drebber? Yes. Refute the account just given by manner to spells. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. How odd! Do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. You can't keep getting away with this. Rush blaming all, nor any flaring blood. Now I can present the camera.
Objection!
Okay. I was too far ahead. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that's his camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleagues and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forwards on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Ah, that's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It appeared to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose the Manita Spell's testimony was correct. And the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, And that, furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from the tomb. Guy! Dead. Again. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a dramatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
What? Why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Trevor's obviously lying in order to protect somebody. Good goodness, he's shielding someone? Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to light to expose. Yup. Well, Counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? It's Courtney Scythe.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe.
Scythe?
Whatever do you mean? It's not happy. Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor. But that would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
Beyond the joke, need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? Your suggestion would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape. I'm great friend.
Objection!
The fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape this hanging. If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. To the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. Oh boy. Exactly because of those monumental repercussions, that Dr. Sykes was consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean? I mean that Dr. Sykes wasn't collaborating with Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating. In order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Aspen with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Oh, the boots on the table. Lord von Zeeks? Pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me! It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. Let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever. Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. Yeah, that's a tough one. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Consider what? Do you realize what just what dangerous endeavor it would be to force this woman to such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose... And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asmund at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me not receiving, not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There is the contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Seeing threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. The research grant was the aim. Taking Mr. Asmund's life would make no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asmund. Why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? No. Oh, nice dodge. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asmund to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. 2? Yes, my lord. A motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead. If... I wish I had, Well, did I not look at the back of this? We're attacked. That it? I don't think Session explains why the victim want witness wanted the victim dead. Hmm.
Take that!
If indeed this piece of evidence reveals the motive... Nope. Yes, if it did, it'd be great, I was thinking. Or hoping anyway. Well, wishing, really. Damn it.
Objection!
Objection!
Alright, we got full. Sorry. I don't have much room to... I like that he poured, broke one, poured another, and then he throws another one. I don't know. Oh. Let's save here. Is it the same buns? No, it's not. One's a diamond, one's a like a plus. Hmm.
Take that!
Oh, here we go. It's this newspaper article, my lord. I just had a hunch, thinking it through. It has to be related to what happened 10 years ago. It's because he was a witness, maybe. It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail is examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own it isn't particularly significant. However, when considering alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. Evidence which, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes the motive for the deed. I'm gonna save this one again. Because I don't know.
Take that!
Yeah, I only have the story. My bad.
Take that!
Nope. Damn. I don't know. What would go with it? I think the trophy now?
Take that!
Nope. Okay.
Take that!
Oh, it does pair with the contract. It's his contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you're determined to kill Mr. Odie Asman. It seems it defends it uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. This article and the contract. Oh, I didn't even see that! Ah! Asman was the one who drew it.
Take that!
Ow, did I not see that before? Fuck. How did I not see that? This one made it so much easier. Wah. Naomi would have noticed it. Now I hate myself because I wasted so much time not seeing that one thing. It's a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim in this case, Mr. Odie Asman. Oh, he's dead. He's shut down.
Objection!
So this was just revenge. Well, explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, consuming human fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That is quite beyond the pale. We would invite you to find retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with a bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. I should have looked at the article better. I never noticed the signature. Fuck! At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Osmond used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? Did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Osmond managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as reporter. That's kinda fucked. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. All because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough! Oh, okay, you rebooted. Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Trevor. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. It was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have it taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patents by some wretched others after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Locate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Trevor, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to do with the idea I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent? This, the trophy.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? You found it at your workshop. Is that Royal Society Trophy for Excellence in Science? What exactly is this trophy, Counsel? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed upon a young scientist, my lord. And Drebber was one of them. There's no higher accolade. Recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was. Did it dawn on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life? It's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. Mm-hmm. Oh. The truth is... Finally, he's going to fold. Hold it. Who? Scythe? Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition he kept my dirty secret for 10 years ago. No. Good lord! This doesn't seem right. She's leaving suddenly. Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Oh, wow. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. Or Dr. Scythe will go along with my plan. Someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. Uh-oh. This was no other choice. It had to be to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. That's crazy. She just came out like that. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. What happens here? Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? Seriously? I admit nothing. At all. What? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. No! Order, order, order! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He tried to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Munzeeks? Yes? I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. No, not yet. This trial is not the proper forum which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Oh, is that very true? It has slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. Oh shit! You mean... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecutor have any objection? No. None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo! prove Professor Harebrain's innocence. This doesn't seem right.
The photo would do that the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matter to discuss.
I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Sai suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict not guilty. But is that really what we want? The defense should be rushing for now is further testimony. Something's wrong.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
We demand one final testimony. Let's go. We're not done yet. What? We got issues to go through.
You do realize something about adjudicating in favor of your colleague, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. I have a reason.
Hold on, what exactly are you thinking?
Truth. The whole truth and a way to bring it all out into the open.
Right.
Yes, in hindsight?
Yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
Yep, we're not done. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client, secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty in the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. Nice. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Site. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Huh. Pieces escaped your attention. I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. Stop wasting everyone's time. Ah! This is lordship playing. You're playing to get the acquittal you want from him. There's simply no point in protracting this business further within our tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Ooh. Oh, okay. Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Von Zeeks? Prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Stupid. If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. What? On Zeeks. Good job. Good job. Let's go, boy. We finished this strong.
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Seif, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Very well. Very well.
Last testimony.
It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately.
Oh.
The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy.
Oh my god, she actually complimented me.
So kind of you say. What about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. My team will wear the seat, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
You must be thankful for some mercy.
Yes, I suppose.
Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Seitz's face.
It's a defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony.
What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent?
Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Last one of the case. Woo! Let's go. See when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside. So what about the note? From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Do you have any idea who was behind it? There were very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea.
And despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it?
I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern.
But the horse is bolted now. The stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this.
Yes, thank you, Lord Von Zeeks. I'm well aware of that.
So as I understand, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body?
The actual body of the victim is indicating that those instructions was beneath the experimentation stage.
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim of the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower. And the waxwork? Everton sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why are you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Trevor and returned to manage the spells. You see, and then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage? Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I made it perfectly clear to the team, but still... I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. Ah. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job.
Hold it!
Alright. You say arranged. Assume you mean with this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Aspen. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver for the stage. I took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor?
I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands, then plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word! I don't know about that now. What is it, Mr. Sato? Something about Dr. Sai's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Which part? What I want her to supplement her testimony with is... Huh. Is it what she did? Hmm. I don't know which one. I mean, we can just go back and do the other one. Which, oh wait, can we look at... Nothing different. What she did to the victim. How you stabbed Mr. Asmund in the chest, that part. Fine, if that's what you want. There's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs. Ta! Point anyway. Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the top of the cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. Can I see the cage again? How would you... If you didn't open it, how would you stab him? That doesn't seem to make sense.
Hold it!
Huh. So it was you who stabbed Asmund with this? Yes, far easier than this section, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change! The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I've been given. As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Mind the court, why don't you? If you wish. I'm gonna do this as well. Entire team in preventing the course of justice. My team consists of the very best investigators there are, and loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry? It was a matter of priorities. What? It was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. I think it was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Don't concede the point with Naruhodo. Let's not let her win. You lawyer. I think that silence is tacit acceptance. Let's redo this. I'm gonna switch to the other thing. Oh, I can't skip. Introduce instructions. In his words, fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asmund. And so you went without any of your team to where Asmund had fallen. That's right. Yes. Leaned down over the birdcage and opened it up. Then I took a screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. She did say she opened it up. After that, it was simply a matter of recording the stab wound as the cause of death on the autopsy report. The cause of death being the fall, of course. I'm sure there's something here in this testimony. Appropriate. She could ask them to change the supplementary testimony she gave before. I think so. Have her change it. Dr. Scythe, what you said before about the real cause of death, I believe that may be significant. So you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead? Very well. Let me see.
Hold it!
Gonna press this as well. You're quite sure of that? It was as a result of a broken neck? Yes. As a professional, that was more than apparent. You never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim though, would you? No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony. Very well. Alright, so at this point, now I should present evidence. Fuck, I don't know what to do here.
Objection!
Okay, that was wrong.
Hold it!
Oh, press on the last statement. Without cost, Faith and Scotland Yard is going to suffer terrible blows as a result of this. And your precious secret's out now anyway. Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility.
Let me down, Dr. Scythe.
Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret? No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. Whew, I froze under that cold stare as she said that. I do believe she was being genuine though, Mr. Naruhodo. It's her story. She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it. Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? The truth is, I find it strange too. These two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways in me. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. I don't know. I legitimately don't know what I should do here. I don't know. Choose what? Okay, so the only part I'm looking at so I'm gonna change this again.
Hold it!
So apparently it's what she did specifically. Change it, please. What you did to the victim's body. I believe that may be significant. So, change your, Can you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead? Very well. And of course, we're laying the towel and plunge screwdriver into the chest. So, is it something to do with the stab? Let me see. Because that's like a really awkward spot to do the stab, too. Oh yeah. Doesn't it look like she would have to move this over to stab him in that part?
Objection!
It looks off. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What earth is the matter, Council? You lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Oh, this seems different. Dr. Sight, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court's already examined that photograph in depth. There's something new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
Let me save just to make sure.
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. Phew, okay, I got it. It clearly extends in a downwards direction towards the man's feet. Why is that significant, Counsel? Oh! He got stabbed before he fully fell. If the victim was stuck bones before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Oh! Of course, no, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Sykes made it very clear in testimony just now that the point at which he stole Professor Harebraine's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen out its side after the 40-foot drop. The victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position. He got up! Oh no! She actually killed him. He got up. The wind would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downward from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. What's going on now? I knew it. I was right. Now I identify that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. You claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. One of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. That is the case. What is it, man? Kozo, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie? The autopsy report. Right, save again. It should have been the autopsy report. Well, no, the autopsy report we already know is a lie. Or how she was coerced, maybe. Dr. Scythe, clearly you weren't really coerced by some letter at all. What? If you were, where's the note? It's nowhere to be seen. That just may be. So why don't you present it to the court if the assertion vexes you? Obviously, I've already disposed of it, and I'm not vexed in the slightest. Also, I remind you that it was you yourself who established the coercion. Whoops. Ah! Nope. We're so close, hold on. I'm dumb. It's the autopsy report. You say that you examined the body and wrote this report based on your findings. But that's a blatant lie, isn't it? I'm sorry, but I simply can't fathom what you're attempting to say.
The truth is you had your subordinates do the work for you, and they authored the report. You wield your superiority over them and claim their credit for yourself. You honestly say that's not what happened? What? Yes, I can honestly say that's not what happened. Well, good. Glad to hear. Alright. It's the other one. I'm kind of glad he did it anyway. The stabbing of the victim. That was funny. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, you can be sure the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell between the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No, that is the misapprehension. He was never dead. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. He eventually got up. Mr. Asmund didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. The victim was in fact alive at that point in time. It changes everything. Mr. Odie Asmund's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the master behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Wow. That's crazy. Order! Could this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? Wow. You hoped that by May to be an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Or you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now you're making all this up. As if I would do something like that.
Objection!
Objection! I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Narholm established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asmund? Asmund was involved in any number of criminal activities from coercion to theft to murder. But there's no known connection to Dr. Scythe there. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive. There's still something in the back of my mind. I'm sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. Murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
No, when you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asmund, something did come to mind. What? What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court of once. Okay, the last thing is... Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asmund. Is it the Iron Mask? No, it's the scalpels. It's a scalpel. Or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? It appeared that word has struck a chord, Doctor. But I remembered. You come on out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your lab. Look at this big thick book here. Ah, appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, the entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. That's a lot. Why though? 500 scalpels a month? At first I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Oh. As its criminal organizations relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. So she was blackmailed the whole time. 10 years ago, when Mr. Ezra was still a journalist and wrote the article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Sykes' darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Darkest secret? Good lord, you mean? I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. Clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Esmond in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. She's not gonna, like, completely snap, I don't think. But clearly there's been a heavy weight. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Sykes will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago, you told the truth. And you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. So Drebber ends up being a victim the whole time. That's crazy. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really? It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know? They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? See you in a minute. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asmon's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmon, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned comic you saw rising from the grave in Locate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events were also all true, then obviously Scott Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. He got fucked over, doesn't excuse him for what he did in the end. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe to be precise. Oh. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmon turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. Water. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy, the appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned the news, my cognitive processes started to devise a plan. Oh, poor Tail. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him. For revenge. To have that Ron Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Your actions against those who would ruin your future were justified as revenge. At least, to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gains. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Because Hairbrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. He had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. You didn't think about it. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions result in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. Life repeats. And watched 10 years later, Hairbrain goes into a similar situation. He didn't think that part through. I think he feels guilty about it now. Lord Van Zieks, what of Dr. Scythe? The immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days along with Mr. Drebber. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Hairbrain? Oh, yes? Seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sort of details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial. I'm pleased to say you're absolved of all guilt. painful experience has taught me a very great and painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy, I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor, I'm life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same luscious Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. His outcome is his fate, not yours. Not to blame in any way. Come on, Zeeks. Good. Be a good friend. And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Oh. Thank you, Barak. Wow, Von Zeek's being a good friend. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which she stands accused. And there are no objections. None from me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. Resolved and proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. What's that? He's done easy? He's all over? I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Finally! We completed another trial! Finally! It's been too long! Woohoo! Court is adjourned. Yeah, we did it! 5 hours into the stream and we did it. It's over. That was some trial. Indeed. Like, god damn. 4:33. It was 4 hours long. That whole section. Whole. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? It is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Oh. Sir, hold on. Mr. Sato. I am truly. Beside myself with gratitude, I can never thank you enough. I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you. Every penny. Well, that's very kind of you, but I'm just a student, so... Don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear, oh what can I do? Aha! How about this? It's a memento. The paper only have the process inside. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? Oh my. Yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. Let's explore the great exhibition while I'm here too and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that. I can't allow that. Lord von Zeeks, what are you doing in here? Barak! I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You felt like a great deal behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution. Or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? Oh my god, he complimented me. I always knew that you had my best interest at heart, don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. I have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. What? But no! Hold on a minute, Barak. What about the Great Exhibition? It's the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No. No sightseeing, Albert. Keep up on the idea. Huh? Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barak. Von Zeeks? What's all this about? A necessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, I was told that when you went Willem at Zeeks' office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, and think it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since the trial with the Reaper and the prosecutor. You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina are completely innocent. Yeah, Gina's been fine still. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. But Barak! Aww. He actually really does care. Like the mustache Japanese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does the friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord von Zeeks? He wanted him innocent. In court, when people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? Oh my goodness, she's actually interested in me? I can't believe this. Oh my goodness. I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. In the courtroom? Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The enigma Barak von Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. Okay, what is happening? 458? So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Oh, this is awkward. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. Imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I guess it's some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint von Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. And it's the whole backstory now. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in 4 countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. Part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh! If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you've actually met my father. He and his colleagues were quite amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was our first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. In the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. So sorry, Lord von Zieks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. Honestly, that's kinda understandable. Even if it was good for him, it's not gonna be good for yourself. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up at war. Oh. Yeah, that could have been pretty bad. What? A war between Britain and Japan? That would mean... Oh my! You need to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its
Oh,
conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's
You actually got a
time.
voice acted scene.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed
This
the
is
key for the
different?
mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Who is it?
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face.
Is that Iris's dad?
I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's
No,
strangely
turn it back.
familiar.
No, why am I thinking that? Oh shit. Is he okay? He's still alive.
Father.
What?
What? Father? Kazuma!
Kazuma really is alive the whole time.
My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
The outfit looks good on him though, I will say.
As he stood there before me. Ryunosuke.
Oh my god.
Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
Are you sure?
I owe you thanks, too. For taking good care of that in my absence. Oh.
Of course.
Karuma. The great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations.
Right from the very beginning.
When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side.
That
The
became
Japanese man's katana
mine.
is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
Oh, he's actually gonna keep. He gets it back. Aww. But
I've
now
made
this.
At last. Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it.
The mass murderer was Kazuma's dad. That's
This mass
how?
murderer is Kazuma's father.
Oh, you have to ruin the wax.
Kazuma-sama.
I suppose this was necessary for him.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
Wait, what? You can't just leave, huh?
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
What the fuck? So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Sogi, my best friend. 3 months ago when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Von Zeke's apprentice? When he was suffering amnesia too. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. This threw me off so much. "10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Oh? Poor Sato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London. Oh. That the friend had left behind a son. A boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father. So he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, the young man's name was Kazuma Sogi. Jeez. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Alright. And oh, what an ending to this case. The demasking. Oh man. What a Jeez. What a ending. Cosmo's back. His dad was a mass murderer. Jeez, it's insanity. Oh. Well, we'll do this again on Tuesday. Because I do plan, as long as everything's working, or everything's fine at work, I could do normal streams once again. But I gotta end this quick. So, for everyone who came by, thank you. I very much appreciate it. Look forward to, if everything's okay at home, look forward to Persona 3 Reload on Saturday. Now I need to go rest and try to get enough sleep for work in the morning because it's already past midnight. But that's what happens when you get invested in a case in this kind of game. So, have a good night, folks. I will see you Saturday, if not sometime next week, hopefully. So take care. Bye bye. I love you all. Mwah.